Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to part 7 of the Vampyr stream. I am your host, Arun Dragon, and in the last session we have made it all the way to the West End and, quote-unquote, joined the Ascalon Society. Although I'm not sure how serious the doctor is about actually being a member. I do know now that Clarence has a migraine, so... Well, anyway.
I personally went...
Good evening, Dr. Reid. How does it feel to be this evening's centerpiece? Figuratively.
An outrage. We shall chase these intruders down.
I was chased by a gigantic Valkon.
I feel like the newcomer, and I do not like it at all.
Do not be alarmed. The Ascalon Club has a tried and tested policy for choosing its initiates.
May I ask who you are, sir?
Why would you be interested?
Well, as you seem to be the only man in the room with a beating heart, you draw quite a bit of attention yourself.
Ah, vampire senses never cease to fascinate me. They dwarf those of mere mortals. I am Aloysius Dawson, by the way.
Are you a member of the club?
Yes, I am. And I have been for many years. And will be until the day I die.
Are you sick?
Personally, I consider my advancing years are a sickness in itself. My body is slowly abandoning me, Dr. Reid.
What can you tell me about it?
It's
Hello,
not
Di.
really my
Glad to
place
see you
to
here.
give you such information. I am merely a mortal member, and a dying one at that.
Now, you might get the feeling that from all of his discussion about how he's dying, that he's afraid of death. He is.
Are you not afraid? You are surrounded by vampires.
Sir, it's for that very reason that I joined the club in the first place.
Is not the nature of this club a secret shared by only a privileged few?
My dear Dr. Reid, I have spent years and a fortune precisely to gather that kind of information.
So you asked for membership?
I have been a member of many clubs in many countries. But I must admit, this one is my favorite.
What can you tell me about Lord Redgrave?
I would not dare speak of our chairman without his consent.
Pretty much.
Mr. Dawson, of Dawson and Dawson, the wealthiest man in England. It is a pleasure to meet such a prominent figure of London.
A withering London figurehead, to be precise.
Are you sick, Mr. Dawson? I am a doctor, you know.
My case is beyond the scope of traditional medicine. I have spent fortunes on the world's most competent doctors to arrive at that diagnostic conclusion.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Should I suppose that you're here in search of some form of immortality?
Absolutely not. I'm here to implement my plan to save the city I was born in. To cast out the ghastly evil that has us all on our knees.
What do you know about the Guard of Priwen?
I should not say this, but I admire their commitment. This is what the nation needs right now.
But they are our enemies.
They are not mine, Dr. Reid.
Would you help them?
No. There is a time for such methods. But brute force will not be enough to fight this plague. We have to think differently.
Well, he's not wrong.
What is the situation like in this part of town?
I am sure Lord Redgrave will enlighten you more effectively than I.
Money cannot solve every problem. This mysterious epidemic is going to require more than money can buy.
You're right. Money is nothing unless one has the will to wield it. I have a plan, sir. A radical one that will save all that is essential in London.
What is your plan, then?
Quarantine and barricades are futile. What we need is a wall. A formidable, unscalable wall to isolate the deserving from the infected masses.
I wonder if there's some particular answer for this. Hold on. No, it doesn't really matter. Okay.
But that would segregate the rich from the poor, would it not? It would be unjust.
Our only course of action must be to save England. And to save England, we have to make sacrifices.
Are you not mistaking sacrifice for summary execution?
Why do you care? Are you not a vampire? Removed from all mortal concerns? Decisiveness is what the city needs, and it needs it now.
That went well, did it not? It is always useful to bolster the troops' morale, especially before a difficult battle.
You have the makings of a general, my lord.
I was, though very long ago. Well, not quite a general, but a proud defender of the crown.
So why did you really want to meet me?
Straight to the point again, young Ekon. All right, let's talk, you and I, Lance Sparrow.
I'm listening, my lord.
According to my spies, you have worked with Dr. Edgar Swansea on the epidemic, and your findings were quite alarming.
Do you know Edgar Swansea?
Not personally, but I've been told he has some sort of immortal fetish and is a good friend of yours.
Does it bother you that I consider him my good friend?
As long as you reveal nothing of the club's inner workings, why should I forbid you engaging in conversation with the good Dr. Swansea?
You were spying on me.
Not personally. I rarely leave this building. But once he found you, Fergal kept me informed. Until you put an end to his mission.
Who was Fergal? I don't see him sipping tea with the others in the club.
Fergal Banshire was my squire of sorts. Even before becoming that magnificent beast, he was a brute. He served me well for decades.
No, I mean, what was he? He was clearly no ordinary vampire.
No, he was a Volcod. All muscles and instinct. Quite the rare breed. Ferociously territorial. Mortals often mistake them for werewolves.
You do know I killed him.
Yes.
Will you bear ill will towards me for his death?
Of course not. Your victory was quite impressive and courageous. You earned my respect.
Yes, I'm convinced the recent invasion of frenzied scowls in London is directly linked to the epidemic. This is not the Spanish flu, but something else.
I would be glad to hear more of your discoveries, Dr. Reid, but for now, my main concern is the security of London's inhabitants, both mortal and immortal.
What do you mean?
Alarmed by the epidemic, the Guard of Prewen has started a war against us British vampires. To appease the situation, we must eradicate the Skulls.
I have met peaceful and wise Skulls. To exterminate them means we are no better than vampire hunters.
Skulls are hideous, shameful creatures that give all Ekon a bad name.
So, what do you want me to do?
I want you to investigate the city thoroughly. I have reason to fear there are cases of contagion in this part of town. Our absolute priority is to find and cleanse them.
And how would you like me to proceed?
By all means necessary, Dr. Reid. You are now a member of the Ascalon Club, and you have carte blanche. Interrogate the locals, follow all the leads you find, and get results.
Well, my mesmerized level just went up. That's great. Though I do still think I'd better look around in here for items, aka loot. You'll learn more about Aloysius later when you meet him in his mansion. So, unfortunately, I didn't reveal any... He only has 2, by the way. But I didn't reveal any hints about him. But you will eventually have to deal with him. And by that I mean... Either embrace him or convince him to stop being afraid of death. Guess which one you have to do. He's also a merchant later in the game, so...
I think Lord Redgrave just suggested I was sired by an ancient vampire.
Support the equality between men and women!
Great. That marker is going to be there until the end of the game. Because I can't get it to go away. Joy. Well, let's find out who else we need to find more about. Yeah, that is a side effect of having used a cheat program at the end of the last one to fight my way here past those older Econ. So it's going to be like that until I sleep. Or until I die and get respawned, whichever comes first.
Bloody monster!
Sir, you are getting very annoying because I keep missing you. Kind of figured that was going to happen. At least you don't lose anything when that happens. You know, like some games where you lose like half your inventory every time you die.
I'll put an end to you!
Coincidentally, not going in there and fighting them. You did see that she's level 29, right?
Die!
For that matter, so is he. But he's mortal, so I should be able to beat him. If it'll ever let me hit him.
That building is under quarantine. Could this be what I'm looking for?
Women of all countries unite!
Good evening, Miss Ashbury.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reid.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual recently?
A few days ago, I spotted a strange house while campaigning for women's suffrage. Awful smell. No answer when I knocked.
Where is it?
It's the Mullaneys, a nice family who live in a big house near the park in the eastern part of this neighborhood.
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my best regards to your mother when you see her.
She's been quite busy these last few nights. I suspect you may see her before me.
It has been such a... Good evening, Dr. Reid. A great night, what?
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual?
Not really. Wait, now that you mention it, I don't see the McPhersons in my favorite restaurants. They love delicate meals too, you understand.
Thank you. It may be nothing, but I'll investigate anyway. Where do they live?
They have a house in the southern part of the district, somewhere north of the railway bridge. There is a courtyard, if I remember rightly.
I may have a look at your goods.
just drugs and stuff. Which I may need later, but still, right now, no.
Remember, don't let any strangers come into your house.
Good evening, old chap.
I won't lie to you.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Can you help me?
Infection is everywhere these days. But if you ever go to the park near that swanky house belonging to the Mullaneys...
Yes? What about the Mullaneys? What about their house?
Not enough noise for a big family with children. Not enough movement. Closed doors. What is going on in there? I wonder.
You need some rest, Clarence.
Well, that's 2 votes for the Mullaneys.
Why are vampire hunters sniffing around here? I need to find out what they're after.
And I need to not fight any vampire hunters right now. Now I'm looking for the house belonging to Dr. Reid's parents. They live around here somewhere. Or rather, his mother does, and the butler. I'm also looking for a poster that'll give me another hint for that woman that keeps... she's being influenced by a vampire to eat the rats. Volunteers. Oh, wait. Reid's mansion. Here.
Good evening, Avery.
Mr. Jonathan? I can't believe my own eyes. Oh, it's a miracle. We all thought you were... Oh, sir, your poor sister. What a tragedy.
I know, Avery. I know about my sister's murder.
Miss Reid expected you to return to assist with the funeral, right up until the last minute. Where have you been, Mr. Jonathan? We needed you here.
How is my mother?
Not well, I'm afraid, sir. Miss Reid is very fragile since the police brought her back home.
The police? What happened?
Miss Reid was found walking in the streets. She kept saying she had spoken with her son and daughter. She's resting now.
Has she received appropriate medical care?
I'm taking care of Miss Reid myself.
Hospitals are so overwhelmed by the epidemic that they can only accept patients infected by influenza.
And that gives me a hint for both of them.
Perhaps we could arrange a short trip. Somewhere sunny, like France. She has always been very fond of France. I think leaving London could do her good.
I'm afraid Miss Reid is too frail for the moment. Recently, she started going out at night without remembering it. I have to watch her carefully.
So why are you down here and she's up there? Just saying.
What is the situation in this part of town?
For a time, the West End seemed spared by the epidemic. But the situation is getting much worse.
Have you no relatives anywhere? I'll understand if you want to take a few days to see family.
Your father managed to guarantee my earnings as long as I take care of this house, sir. My sisters are dead, and I've never met my nephews. I'll stay, sir.
I'm sorry I could not be here for Mary's funeral.
Your mother was strong, sir, but your support would have been appreciated. Apart from the priest and I, no one else attended your sister's funeral.
To be present at the funeral with you both was my dearest wish, Avery. But I'm sorry, I simply could not attend.
I would not dare to question your absence, Mr. Jonathan. All I can say is that we missed you a great deal during these difficult days.
Tell me the truth, Avery. Do you feel forced to stay here? Would you leave this house without the arrangement made by my father?
No, sir. I have nowhere else to go. And I promised your father I'd take care of his family as long as I lived.
This house is dead, Avery. There is a curse on this family. You really should consider leaving.
If only you could have been here sooner or more often. Maybe this house would not be that empty. But you're here now, sir, so my task is not over.
You have served this family extremely well, Avery. Your support during these terrible times is much appreciated.
Then I will stay. All I ask is that you take care of my own funeral if I die before the end of the epidemic. No mass grave, please, sir.
Do you really think I don't take enough care of my mother, Avery?
Yes, I do, Mr. Jonathan.
You clearly have something more to say. Speak your mind, Avery.
I know you work hard to help the sick, but what will you do once the epidemic is over?
Let me see if there's anything specific here that I... No. It doesn't matter in this case.
I really don't know. I have always enjoyed seeing new horizons. Once the epidemic is over, it would be nice to leave London for a while.
I understand, Mr. Jonathan. But you have to realize that your mother needs you. Your next departure could break her heart.
Do you need medical attention, Avery?
Thank you, but I'm all right, sir.
I'm currently investigating sources of the epidemic in this part of town. Do you know anything useful?
Not really, except all the Macpherson's servants resigned a few days ago. They feared becoming infected, they said.
The Macphersons? Where do they live?
I think it's a rich house near the railway bridge in the southern part of the district.
Goodbye, Avery.
Of course, Mr. Jonathan. But please return as soon as possible.
And there is a table that is supposedly or a dresser. Right there, the old letter. Reid Mansion, 8th March 1908. My dear Avery, as I already told you several days ago, I may be forced to leave England, if only for a few months. While I'm away, and until my son comes back to London, I want you to take the best care of our house. I already made the entire necessary arrangements to have your wages increased and paid as long as you'll work. You promised me you'd protect my dear wife and serve her to the best of your ability. For that, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. If I am never to return, you are the only man I fully trust. Believe me, your most affectionate friend, Aubrey Reid. Well, that was nice of him. Yeah, there's that cure for Clarence's migraine. And what a coincidence, she went into her room, because that's how you have to find her sacred secret.
Hiding from your wife.
I didn't catch it in time, apparently.
Mary? Oh, my dear daughter. How are you tonight? How is your sweet boy?
Well, I've got to wait for the cycle for her to go back into her bedroom again. And the only way for you to enter her bedroom, by the way, is to embrace her. Which really would kind of be putting her out of her misery, if you think about it.
Yes, Jonathan? Spending next summer in France? Absolutely. Why not?
But again, that would get you, well, not one of the good endings.
Mary? Oh, my dear daughter. How are you tonight? How is your sweet boy? Your father and I have spoken about your fiancé, Mary. We believe he'll be an honorable husband for you. We'll set a date for the marriage then. That way, I'm sure one of my children will give me grandchildren. I understand your thirst for knowledge, Jonathan, and your father and I are proud of it. But you are not that young anymore, my son. When will I meet your soulmate? You can ascribe my romantic tendencies to my French origins if you want, Aubrey. But I'll never cease to believe in a match made in heaven, my beloved.
I really wish you could meet her, Mother. You would love her.
And that's all of their secrets. I guess I'll have to talk to her.
Mother, good evening.
Jonathan! Is it you? Where have you been, my prodigal son?
I'm right here, Mother. I'm finally home.
Yes, for this son of mine was dead and is alive again. He was lost.
She has no idea how true that is.
But where is your sister? Where is Mary?
Mary? She is gone, Mother.
I know she's gone. The question is, when will she return as you have? I miss my grandson so much. It's been days since their last visit.
Tell me, Mother, how are you? All alone in this big house with only Avery to take care of you.
I'm sad most of the time. Sad that you have left me here alone. Sad that you don't tell me when you come or go.
I'm so sorry, Mother. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I was coming home. I was home. London, the Thames, and then it happened.
What happened, Johnny?
I lost my way. Somewhere between the boat and the house, my life changed completely.
You should have told me, Johnny. I would have understood. You always were a secretive little boy.
Mother, do you know what's been going on in this area?
Not really. I don't go out much due to the epidemic, and when I do, I tend to get lost.
What do you mean you get lost? I hope you don't go outside alone.
Of course not. When I go out, your father always comes with me, but he leaves me there sometimes, and I have trouble finding the way back.
Have you returned to Whitechapel Cemetery since Mary's funeral?
I never want to go back to that awful place. Wait. I think I went back once. And you were there too. And Mary? No, that can't be true.
It was just a bad dream, Mother.
A nightmare, yes. Mary was so angry. I walked back home alone. If that kind policeman had not called Avery from the station, I don't know what would have happened.
Are you working on a new painting?
Not recently. I have trouble focusing on my subject, and my mind quickly drifts. It's the same thing when I try to write poetry.
I recently met a talented painter with an excellent technique. I wish you two could meet. I'm sure you'd like her.
I'd be glad to meet her. What is her name? Is she famous? Is she dead too?
She's not famous, and her name is of no importance. And yes, she is also dead.
The important thing
or
is...
undead.
I hope you two get along. If she ever fancies meeting your mother, I'd be glad to welcome her into my home.
Do you need anything, Mother? Can I help you?
I just want you to stay with me, Jonathan. Your room is ready. I asked Avery to make your bed.
I'll stay as long as I can, I promise. Do you need anything else?
Just one thing. Stop staring at me like that. As much as I love you, it breaks my heart to look at those empty and dead eyes.
Do you think Avery is right? Do you think I should take better care of you?
I don't blame you, but you abandoned me, son. A mother should not survive her children. It's unbearable to know you're not here anymore.
I know I have failed you since I returned. I even watched you bury Mary from a distance. From now on, I will protect you. You have my word.
You don't have to apologize to me, Johnny. Do you think I did not notice how much you have changed?
Have I changed that much, Mother? Am I still your son?
You are still, and you'll always be. Despite your pale skin, your bloody eyes, and that echoing sadness in your voice.
Why do you say Mary is visiting you, Mother? You know that's impossible.
Why should it be? Are you not standing in front of me right now? Why should it be any different with your sister?
You know, I don't feel like answering either of those.
Do you really see Mary and Father? Do you also see me as one of the dead?
Yes. For many years it was just a game. Since your father left us without a word, I took to the habit of speaking to him.
Yes, I remember. I sometimes spied on you and listened to you talking with Father in the garden. It made me so angry then. But it was just a game, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. But since then, my poor dead Mary visited me in my room. She led me to her grave, and there you were. I now know the dead can haunt us.
I'm so sorry. You did not deserve to endure this. Mary should never have done this to you.
That's true, my son. But you know what the worst part is? I liked it when Mary spoke in my head. Now she is silent, and it makes me so sad.
Should I leave you alone? Just ask, and I swear you'll never hear from me again.
Oh, no, Johnny. You're always welcome in this house. And one day, when I finally die, we'll all be together again, just as Mary promised us.
Do you need my medical attention, Mother?
I'm all right, son. Don't worry about me.
Goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye, son.
Am I the only one? Yeah, I mean, am I the only one who gets the feeling? I don't know if it's just her dialogue or what, but I somehow get the feeling that she simultaneously knows more than she's letting on, and then at the same time she's got that dementia going on. But that's just my impression. Let's see, I don't have it. Okay, I'm going to have to find Kimura. I'll have to return to Lady Ashbury's mansion to get the third hint, and then talk to Charlotte again to get the fourth hint on this one. For Calhoun, well, I can talk to him again and find his first hint. Then the fourth hint won't be until later. for Karina. I need to find that flyer posted on the walls in the area around her. Well, anyway. Aubrey Reid's first letter. Reid Mansion, 4th April 1908. My dear and beloved John, when you receive this letter, you will be 35 and I'll be long gone. I feel a little silly writing you this first letter that you won't read for a few years. I struggled for a long time about how best to write you this, until I remembered the puzzle and riddles I invented for you when you were a boy. Oh, how you love to solve those enigmas. Well, I found it would be a good idea to propose to you one final game. It will probably be less rewarding. No candies or exotic treasures for you if you decipher the game this time. But a greater treasure, perhaps, the truth. This is my only attempt for you to explain why I chose to leave my family without an explanation. If you want to know why, simply play my little game. It's really up to you, my son. Rest assured that I love you. I promised my family was and still is everything to me. I remember the first time I held you and your sister in my arms. My treasures, my jewels. To see you grow up, play and laugh filled my heart with joy every time I went back to our home. I could have killed to protect you, my son, my daughter, my wife, but fate found me in the end, and I had to make a tough decision. The worst was to disappear without a word. I decided to do it anyway, and soon I'll be gone for good. I don't ask for forgiveness, but for understanding. If you want to know more, all you have to do is remember how happy we were back in those days. If you want to find the next message, think green grass and tall trees on sunny Sundays. From your affectionate father, Aubrey Reid.
I remember Sunday walks in the park.
And that is a reference leading us to the next hint, by the way.
Good evening.
Goodbye, Mr.
Okay, I guess that might happen later. I think this is still the same night that I told him about that restaurant, because I haven't slept. So I might have to wait until after I've slept to find out about his next hint.
Good evening, old chap.
I won't
Do you need medical assistance, Clarence? What can I say? I haven't lost my old habits.
I hope we're talking about the same habits, old friend.
You need some rest.
But... Warning leaflet. West Enders must unite. Don't let them fool you. Don't let them control you. They are amongst us. They lust after your soul. Vampires are real. Defend your community. This public warning leaflet has been financed and distributed by Mr. C. Crossley. For more information, please contact him directly and attend his next public lecture. Now we can clear out one more.
Good evening, Elder.
I won't...
Clarence, why have you distributed leaflets about vampires all across the West End?
I have to warn everybody about them. They've killed thousands of people already. Unnoticed thanks to the epidemic. We are all in danger here.
Vampires in London? Come on, Clarence. Who's going to believe that?
I'm not mad, Jonathan. You have to believe me. I know they are real. They're all around us, even as we speak.
Clarence, you've always been a reliable and a good friend to me. If you say you saw a vampire, then I believe you.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you for your trust. You don't know what that means to me.
It's all right. But if you want my help, you have to explain exactly what happened.
The first time it was in Rouen. I saw an officer drink the blood of a soldier. I saw its teeth, saw it bite. It was a vampire, Johnny, and they're here too.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep.
And I think his wife is right over here.
Hello again, Venus.
Jonathan, you're still up. Can't you just knock at people's doors during the day?
I'm sure you can spare me a few minutes. For old time's sake.
Of course you may enter, Jonathan. I remember when Mary came here with her husband and her son. They were such...
It's locked.
Quite a lot of loot, actually. Of course, anyone who complains that I'm robbing them blind? No, not at all. Anyone who lives in a house like this is not poor. Venus's Journal, 9th July 1918. I spent the last day and night crying tears of joy. I did not know bliss could be so painful. My Clarence just wrote me. He is back from the war alive and unharmed and will be at home in 2 weeks. Thank you, God. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see my beloved husband again. 14th August 1918. Clarence's attitude still worries me. He is not the same since he came back. The first few weeks I thought it was just the necessary adjustment period, but his behavior seems to be more erratic. Nowadays he spends all his time outside day and night searching for evidence. He does not care about the flu. He does not care about me. He is starting to frighten me. 21st September. I can't believe this. Clarence has spent half of his pension to print some stupid leaflets he now wants to freely give away in the neighborhood. People are starting to laugh at me. Now he wants to organize some public lecture in a recently closed theater to warn people about the presence of evil creatures in London. Free entry, of course. My husband may have come back unharmed from the war, but I'm afraid he lost his mind over there. 24th September. Clarence just confessed he has not spent half his pension, but all of it, plus some of our savings. Paper and ink cost so much because of the war, he said, but it is a cost we must pay. People openly mock us now. I don't know what to do. 5th October. Today, the butcher, Mr. Galway, sent me the monthly fee and requested payment in full. He also told me he now demands to be paid each time we buy some meat from his shop. No more credit. The baker asked the same thing 2 days ago. First, I thought it was a new policy because of the restrictions on the epidemic, but it seems my friends still have financial arrangements from the same shop. I was so ashamed I could not speak. 8th October. We can't keep on like this. Clarence is completely mad. He is spending all the money we have, and I don't see how to stop him. Sometimes I wish he did not come back from the war. That's 304, and I'll have to talk to him to get the other one. And in her case, let's see, what do I have? Aha.
It's a pleasure to see you again, Venus.
So you returned from the war in one piece too. Thank God. My Clarence is back home too.
How is the old rascal?
Probably outside, chasing ghosts and chimeras. Clarence has changed a lot since he returned from the war, you know.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual?
The Macphersons. I heard they locked themselves in their own house.
They could just be afraid of getting sick.
Perhaps you're right. But if I were you, I'd pay them a visit. A big house, reachable through a courtyard, to the north of the railway bridge.
How have you been since the last time we met? How long has it been? 3 years now?
I've done my duty, like all British women. You have no idea what it was like to wait for months without knowing if I'd still be a wife or a widow.
I understand. Luckily, this part of town has been saved from the worst of the bombings, from what I've seen.
Yes, and it's also true about the epidemic. The flu has killed here too, of course, but not on such a large scale as in other parts of town.
Have you noticed anything peculiar about the neighborhood recently?
You mean except for your return to town? No. Oh, and again, Jonathan, please accept my condolences for your sister.
Thank you, Venus. It was so sudden, and I've been so busy, I haven't spoken to anyone about it.
I wish I could have assisted at the funeral, but, you know, it's been so quick. And what with the epidemic in the streets?
There's no need to apologize, my dear. It's normal, considering the circumstances.
No, it's not. I am sure that Clarence has not even thought to present you his condolences. He is too busy with his penny dreadful stories.
Why is my return so surprising?
It's more an unexpected happy end than a surprise. You and Clarence, back from the war. You have no idea how hard it's been for me.
You keep using that phrase. It does not mean I do not think it means what you think it means.
Venus, why do you worry so much about your family's reputation?
Everyone laughs at Clarence now. And they avoid me because they believe I share his insane opinions. I'm a leper in my own community.
What
What do you think about Clarence squandering his fortune on his obsession?
Soon we'll be poor and forced to sell the house. Where will we go? In which filthy, infected part of town will we end up? I'm so afraid.
Tell me about Clarence's obsession with vampires.
It drives me so crazy it makes my stomach hurt. I was so relieved to have him back. But I quickly realized he'd lost his mind in France.
I understand your irritation, Venus. But you have to accept the trauma Clarence endured on the battlefield.
The question is simple, Jonathan. Is my husband mad? Yes or no? Do vampires exist? Or is Clarence a lunatic?
So you don't believe Clarence?
If poor Mary, bless her soul, had tried to convince you of the existence of bloody vampires, would you have believed her? Seriously?
The important question is, what do you really think of your husband?
I'm tough, Jonathan. He should have told me the horrors he witnessed, however appalling it was, instead of inventing a fantasy about blood-drinking monsters.
Goodbye for now.
You know that you are always welcome here. At this hour of night.
Yeah, but I'm gonna keep an eye on you, woman. For reasons. And like all the others, she does work on a particular cycle. And just like the others, I'm waiting for her to... There's a certain trigger that I get to spy on her again to get another secret. Okay, come on, Venus. Come on back downstairs. There we go. And I'm already standing in the correct place. I just have to wait for her to get down here.
You give me no other choice, Clarence. Yes, my love, it's a new tea I bought. Not too bitter for your taste, I hope. Drink your tea, my love. Drink it to the last drop. And shut your damn trap for good.
Okay. Now I can go talk to Thomas again and get the last hint for both him and her.
They're all around you, waiting for you to let your guard down.
Good evening, old chap. Are you all right?
I won't lie to you, Johnny. I'm not a well man.
You'll be even less well. But I'll ask him these other
Tell
questions
me
first.
about the vampire you saw in France.
I was enjoying my leave in Rouen. I left the bar, took a shortcut back to the barracks. I saw it in a back alley. An officer in a stained uniform, biting into a soldier's neck.
Did you ever see that officer again?
No. He wore the uniform of the Royal Warwickshire Regiment. I did some research, but found no trace of him. He probably stole it from a previous victim.
But you were drunk, weren't you? Are you sure these two men were not just kissing?
Please don't insult me, Johnny. I hid, and I saw him leave. Then I saw the body, drained of all blood. I've seen the same marks here in London since I've returned.
Tell me what you have discovered about vampires, Clarence.
They've always been here. And if you search for long enough, you realize others know about these devils too. I'm not alone.
What do you mean you're not alone? Who have you met?
The Guard of Prewyn, the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole, Ichabod Throgmorton. Those names always pop up when you dig deep enough.
Have you spoken with any of them?
No. With the quarantine, it's almost impossible to leave the West End. But as a doctor, maybe you could, Johnny.
Are you asking me to help you prove the existence of vampires, Clarence?
Yes, Johnny. Please, gather all the information you can find about vampires and bring it to me. You're the only friend I have left. I need you.
Have you shared your research with anybody else?
No. But I've published my leaflets all across the city, hoping that someday someone will realize I'm printing the truth.
Venus is poisoning you, Clarence. She wants you dead.
So she really hates me that much now. My poor wife. I had no idea my research would drive her to such extremes.
I'm sorry, Clarence.
Why would you tell me that? First you returned from the dead, and now you tell me my wife is trying to murder me.
So you have no suspicions about her at all? Nothing in Venus's behavior has seemed odd since you returned?
Frankly, it's my behavior that's been odd. Ever since I got back from the war, she accuses me of being paranoid and delusional.
You're a stupid bastard, but you're my friend, Clarence. And I don't have many left. I don't want you to die. Not like that.
But I love her. I love my wife. Did I make her suffer that much? Have I become such a burden?
Yes.
You need some rest, Clarence.
And that gets all of those two. Yeah, that's true, Mary. That's true, Carrie.
Is only the first step.
Okay, let's see. Guess I'll make another attempt to go back behind the Ascalon Club and find that one.
Have you noticed anything suspicious?
mean, it should be back here somewhere. I doubt it would be inside the club, but... Or... Yeah, 6,000 now. Part of it from finding people's secrets, which is why I do it. And part of it just from joining the Ascalon Club and completing a major quest.
Disgusting smell. Oh, I can't continue like this.
One second.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
Unfortunately, the only hint I have as to the location of this poster is, oh, it's the poster near where she spends most of her time. Which would be over here on this bench. Oh, right there maybe. Some scribbles and obscure scrawls written in blood on a sheet of paper.
Oh, I can't continue like this. Rats. Tasty rats. Those clever rodents are cautious now. They won't approach.
Tell me what really happened to you, Karina.
He was so handsome, so charming. He asked if I'd obey him in every way. I said yes. And then he...
He tricked you.
Yes, he has promised me eternal life. And now I must eat these rodents for attaining it. But of course, it's a lie.
Tell me about vampires, Karina. You must have met one recently.
He promised he would help me, give me immortality, make me escape this world of death. He promised.
Who is he? How did you meet him?
I can't tell you, Doctor. He won't let me.
This vampire is as powerful as he is wicked.
Help me, please, Dr. Reid. Help me.
Well, I can't order her to speak. She can't, so...
I must go now.
But that is all her secrets. For his, I think I have to sleep another day. There we go. Okay, I have that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I was on chart because that old friend of Jonathan's, he has a mission wherein, well, actually it's this one. Find 6 articles about vampires. Well, the last one you can't miss. So well, I guess the next step is to go level up before I continue. At least no one else in the West End other than him had any kind of illness so far.
Women die too in this war. Women's right to vote is only the first step. Support the equality between men and women.
Although with my luck, I'll spend the XP and then wake up, and the next morning I'll have to mix. Well, the next night, I should say, I'll have to mix up even more cures. Oh, they're gonna kill me. Of course they are.
Women's right to vote is only the first step.
Welcome back, Mary. You didn't miss much, just me digging around for people's secrets. Oh, for God's sake. Can't go past them without having these guys on my ass. Which reminds me, is there anything at all I can upgrade here? Don't have quite enough good handle parts for that. Or for that. Ooh, nice. Don't have any rivets, but hey, it's 153 damage per shot now. Well, let's see. Lots of things I can upgrade. Just not this, yet. Well, the only real reason to upgrade to level 4 Shadow Veil is, well, at level 5 it uses the same amount of stamina. It says moving in this state will drain more stamina. No, it doesn't. Take a look. 5 used per second when walking, 2.5 when standing still. 2.5 used when walking, 2.5 when standing still. If you upgraded it all the way to 5. Well, I have to upgrade something, though. At least enough to get to level 20, and then I can upgrade Blood Cauldron again. Increase my health. Increase my endurance. increase blood cauldron. Don't have quite enough to increase claws, but I might consider increasing blood capacity. Or the number of bullets I can carry. Well, I might save the next few because 2,000 points will let me upgrade Blood Barrier. I'm only 95 points away from that. So, we'll confirm this. Okay. Well, looks like I'll reload my saved game. On the other hand, sanitized, sanitized, sanitized. So, I'd say we're doing okay. There's a couple that I haven't met yet. Let me make sure his powers are still... Yeah, all of his passives are still where they were. Okay, I can live with that. Oh, wait. Why go that way and have to fight those guys when I can go out this way? Never saw a vampire that does that. Well, I'm sure in this game I have, the last time I played it, but every time you hit it with a melee weapon, It does that cloudburst thing and drains your blood. We'll wait a few seconds for that power to recharge. Besides which, I can't really use any other power when I'm low on blood like this. Actually. Asshole. Oh, and of course the one that the one it picks is the one furthest away. Instead of, the one that keeps jumping on it. Okay, let's see then. Ugh. 'Cause, 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 'c And of course, when I tell it to place a marker, I can't. But when I don't want it to place a marker, it places them all over the damn place. Of course, I know the reason why it won't let me place a marker. It's because it's inside the area I'm supposed to search for this letter from his father. Reid Mansion, 4th April 1908. My dear son, this is my second letter for you. If you find this one, it means you'll probably have shown the first part to your sister Mary and to my dear Emmeline. I think it's a good thing you don't keep to yourself what you discover, but I leave that for you to decide. Do you remember our long walks in this park? Your mother taught you your alphabet under these trees. I hid so many wonderful treasures for you and Mary in this park. You were both so clever, so brilliant. I've always known you'd both become great people. I've always been proud of you. I was never able to conceal my pride when I was asked what you wanted to be. He'll be whatever he wants. Your mother was convinced you would be a great artist like her. You always liked to read and write. I still keep your very first poem like I keep Mary's first drawing. When you chose to follow medical studies, your mother was sagacious enough to cover her trepidations and her worries. Me, I was happy you did not become a dull banker like me. When you told us you wanted to pursue a career in medicine to improve life for all without consideration of wealth, I knew we, as your parents, had taught you the most important lesson of all, to respect each and every soul for what they are, not what they have. If you want to know more, all you have to do is to remember which hospital you chose to apply for your first internship. I am as ever your loving father, Aubrey.
I had almost forgotten I applied for a position at Pembroke.
Yeah.
So long ago.
So now we get to go back to Pembroke Hospital for the third letter. And I think if I am not mistaken, that I'm actually close to yeah, that's locked. Can't get through there. But hey, loot. Oh, look, these guys again. Well, I kind of need to go back to the hospital anyway to talk to, see what Swansea has to say.
It's on to us! Over there! That's what you do.
Enjoy exploding. think these guys are lower level anyway, but still annoying. No, they're not lower level. Why don't you tell them to die? That'd be better.
Look at it! Fish is fire in it! Fear no evil! That's going to have Lord's work here!
The one-hit staff to the back. And I'm back here.
Die, leech!
Come on, I don't ask much. I just want to get the hell out of the park.
Steady, boy! Fuck, it's fast! Filthy! Let's see how it likes a bit of fire!
Give me a few more seconds and we'll find out how you like blowing up.
Look at it! Vicious bugger!
There you go. You guys have fun together. There we go. I can get back into Whitechapel at least this way.
Will be the answer to all your problems. As long as you have the money.
Get off me. I am getting very tired of you whacking and whacking and whacking and whacking me, so stop.
Best stay back, sir. Over there!
Boom.
This is not a place for you, sir.
I'm all right.
Come now, we can handle this.
The pain. It's here again.
Okay, that father's third letter is around here somewhere. On the first floor of the hospital.
It's locked.
Well, that hasn't changed. It's still locked.
Yeah.
Possibly in this room somewhere? Let's see. Oh, right. I forgot. This would be the patched version. In the patched version, they moved that. And there's this storage room over here with that box. Reid Mansion, 4th April 1908. My dearest child, this is my last letter for you. I chose to hide it in the Pembroke Hospital. Do you remember how disappointed you were when your application was rejected? I had never seen you so upset. For days you did not say a word. This was the first time I realized the darkness you had in you, my son. A black stone embedded in your heart, hidden to all, which I sometimes saw in your sister, too. I feared for you both, for I perfectly knew what it meant to feel this gloomy mood. The dark side of the Reids. The reason why I must go, now that I know I'm condemned. I'm sick, my son. The diagnosis is irrevocable, and death will soon come. I refuse to be seen like this by those I love. This is my fault and my decision. You're so far away now, learning with this Dr. Carell in Paris how to transfuse blood to save patients. Already thinking about how to improve the method you've helped to create. I'm so proud of you, my son, but you can't save me. I won't be Aubrey Reid, the dying banker surrounded by his friends and family, unable to leave his bed. I won't stand it. I don't accept it, so I left. Just like you left us to become the great surgeon you are destined to be. The great surgeon I never want to see next to me, looking at me knowing I will die soon. Keep on studying, my son. Become whoever you're destined to be, and do it for yourself, not for your old father who loves you. I have taken all the necessary measures to protect you, my family, of any dangers to come. I want you all to remember me as I was, not as I am about to be. I leave, for I love you, my pearls and jewels. I do it because I have this dark mood in me I hid from everyone as long as I could. In a few days, I'll go where I stood when you left us for France. There I'll leave a last gift for you. There I'll vanish, never to come back. Farewell, Jonathan. I wish you to be as happy as I've been with you all these years. Kiss my Mary and my Emmeline for me. Take care of them. Farewell, my dear boy. Believe me ever, my dearest John, your devoted father, Aubrey Reid.
Southwark. My departure for France as a promising student. My return as a brilliant surgeon. About to be killed. Transformed.
And that allows me to go back to the family home and open his safe.
Hello, Jonathan. How are things on the West End front?
Complicated, my friend. The rich and powerful feel threatened by the disease, and have asked me to put an end to it.
Yes. It is odd how resolving a crisis suddenly increases in urgency when it affects those who matter.
Do you know Aloysius Dawson, the famous tycoon, is well versed in vampire and occult knowledge?
No, I did not. But that is no surprise. For half a century, it has been quite the trend for English nobility to join secret societies and occult circles.
But Aloysius Dawson is only a rich merchant.
Yes, richer than Croesus. Wealth is more respected than title these days, even in England.
Did he contact the Brotherhood of St. Paul? Try to join your group?
It would not surprise me, but I am certain he's never been a member.
Does the Brotherhood of St. Paul know anything about the Ascalon Club?
Well, I'm afraid that's unlikely. Ascalon is a sensitive topic, and whatever material the Brotherhood has, I may not have access to.
Who could answer me then?
Usher Talltree, our current primate, may be the only one able to answer you. He's a discreet man who lives in the West End.
It looks like the epidemic is spreading to the western districts of London. I am trying to locate the source of the infection.
It won't be an easy task, my friend. This disease is highly contagious.
Do you not think epidemiology could be helpful in this matter? To retrace the origin of infection through time and topology?
If anyone can perform such a miracle, it will be you, Dr. Reid.
Since this epidemic is evidently linked to the vampire curse, we must find the original carrier to understand where it comes from.
I admire your logic, Jonathan, but be careful. Rationality, when it comes to your kind, is not always a reliable lens.
Thank you for your time, Edgar.
Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, go figure that your father's safe is all the way on the other side of the bridge down here. So, we'll go open that as soon as I refill my water bottle and take my blood pressure medication. Be right back. Okay, I've returned. Let's go chase down this elusive safe that I've run all over creation for. On the plus side, I know for a fact it's worth about, I know it's worth 400 experience points, give or take.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reid.
Yes, yes. Well, he has a good trigger part and a good handle part. So that's something. Plus, it gives me a way to... Didn't realize I picked that up. But okay. Good grief. Look at all the sodium hypochlorite solution I have. Okay. Main reason I didn't sell this is because I can recycle it into quite a few components.
does it, boys? Watch yourselves! There's one of them! This one's mine!
Well, that fight went rather well.
Get your weapons ready! We found one! This is no... Shoot my fucking beast! It's all you deserve. Shit! Die, vermin! You'll pay for this, youngling fucker!
Really, I will? Well...
I'll send you... I'll put it in.
Tends to end your attempt to spray me with whatever the hell that stuff is when I whack you with an axe, doesn't it? So much fighting to do this late in the game because the guard has picked up their patrols.
Easy on it, boys. We can deal with this.
We cannot be defeated!
You can't be defeated? Well...
Fear no evil! We do the Lord's work here! Crush her! Have no fear!
That went fairly well too. Of course, now I have to cross the damn bridge. Don't mind me, fellas. And now we get to cross the bridge again. But at least there's some loot down here. And convenient rats to recharge my blood supply.
I have this thirst. blood.
The other nice thing is that there's no opponents on the bridge. Now, when you get to the other side of the bridge, that's a different story, but... Oh yeah, that just leads out to a gantry under the bridge.
Look lively! It's on to us! Lord, give us strength! See them fancy guns? This one's a top! Watch it! It's a killer! I'll take its head!
And that safe, I think, is upstairs. Bingo! Of course, all it got me was 400 experience points and that watch. But that's okay, I can live with that. And now, back across the bridge. And over to Lady Ashbury's place, so I can pick up another hint about her adopted daughter. That watch, by the way, you can either sell it or take it back to your family's home and give it to the butler or whatever relation he is. I'm going to call him a butler, but he probably isn't. Now, I'm going to take a different route this time. I think I'm going to cut across the docks and come into West End from this. Wait, can't do that because she's up here. Crap. Okay. Sometimes the simplest solution is to run.
Stupid beast! Die, vermin!
Yeah, anytime I see the guard of Priwen fighting a vampire, my first thought is to take a lesson from the, oh darn it, what was that race in Starfleet Battles? The first thing they learn is let's you and him fight, the Tholians.
Shut! Step away! Get them No!
He blew up rather nicely.
He's down! Finish it.
Elizabeth doesn't seem to be at home. I'll come back later.
Really? Well, I will have to come back to her house later to learn more about her adopted daughter, but other than that... Let's see... That one you can't miss because you'll be going down into the sewers of West End. And if I'm not mistaken... Ah, I can actually do this one at least.
Maybe I should leave the city.
Oh, hey. So here's where that guy goes. That's Kimura.
We meet again, Mr. Kimura, in a more peaceful situation.
Dr. Reid, still visiting London by night?
We must both be nocturnal animals, you and I. After your captivity, I thought you'd be more cautious.
Breathing the cold night air helps calm my mind, sir. I've had the most frightening nightmares since I escaped that filthy jail.
What can you tell me about your abduction?
If you really want to know, I was locked in that building for 3 or 4 days. My jailer was insane, mumbling about sacrifice and voices.
And why didn't he sacrifice you?
That was the weirdest part. He claimed to spill blood was not enough. It had to be done when some stars were aligned.
Which stars?
That's the whole point. He wanted me to talk to him about some Red Queen configuration or constellation. I've never heard of such an astronomical term.
What did he say about voices?
He constantly whined about the voice of his master, ordering him to do terrible things. He wanted to silence the voice by offering blood. My blood.
May I ask you what you do for a living, Mr. Kimura?
I was a landlord. A wealthy one. And not a very kind one, I realized recently.
Why this sudden epiphany? Is it because of your near-death experience?
I was already feeling nostalgic about Weymouth, my hometown. With recent events, I'm thinking about going back there.
How is the situation in the West End?
I've heard rumors about armed men patrolling and fighting infected citizens in these very streets. I was lucky they didn't shoot me when I was abducted.
Tell me, Tadao, why was your abductor so interested in your passion for astronomy?
I dunno. We met a few times at the Royal Greenwich Observatory. He seemed to share my hobby. Then he invited me to his house and locked me in.
Yes, astronomy is a fascinating subject. When I was a child, my mother bought a small telescope for my sister and I. We spent many a pleasant evening stargazing.
Stars are not just dots in the sky, Doctor. They are the key to our understanding of the cosmos. They remind us how insignificant we are.
You're right. But children love magic and stories. I remember our mother told us constellations have the power to protect us.
Protection by the light of the stars. That's sweet. You remember the name of these constellations?
Pegasus. It was the constellation my mother liked the most.
Memory's a strange thing. I can recite without hesitation the names of the 88 constellations. Yet I barely remember my own childhood.
Well, I do have to admit that I would hate to remember the trauma of childbirth.
Did he fake his interest in astronomy to get close to you?
No. In his madness, he spoke about a blood sacrifice to be made to his master when the stars aligned to a specific configuration.
Why are you so nostalgic for your hometown, Tadao?
I was focused so much on making money, I almost forgot that my relatives and friends are threatened by this epidemic.
Have you heard anything from your family?
I was not only a bad landlord, I was also a bad husband. I've not seen my wife and son for years. Busy, busy, busy.
At least now you're ready to go back and see them. But don't be surprised if your son bears a grudge, sir.
You make it sound like you suffered from an absent father yourself, Dr. Reid. Well, I'll keep your warning in mind.
Have you no friends at all?
Over the years, I'm afraid my greed turned me into my friend's adversary, while I became friends with my professional rivals.
Those you grew up with didn't share your views on money and success.
Would you believe I was once a member of poetry circles and an astronomy club? We were young, such joyful dreamers then. But I stopped laughing long ago.
Can you change? And is it what you really want? If so, it must come from within, not without.
I've seen what an altruistic gesture can do. Nothing forced you to save me, Dr. Reid, but you did. I will follow your example in these matters from now on.
There is no need to thank me. Rescuing a London citizen should not be out of the ordinary, though I'm afraid it may appear so in these difficult times.
You did not only rescue me, you fought for me. You put your life in danger to save me. That's quite extraordinary.
How will you cope if you're attacked again?
I don't know. I've heard about these men and women who patrol the West End every night, chasing criminals like my abductor. Maybe I should join them.
Goodbye, Mr. Kimura. Take care.
Maybe I should leave the city.
And that, if I'm not mistaken, yep, it's all of Kimura's hints. Now this one is a weird one, in the sense that I actually have to go through their house.
Hello, Venus.
Hello, Jonathan. I'm so sorry for your loss, Jonathan. I remember when Mary came here with her husband and her son.
You can rob a few things again, or maybe I just didn't rob it the last time. But you have to go upstairs through her house and out the back door. Then up there.
No invitation is needed to enter this building. That can't be a good sign. No sign of a struggle. It seems Charlotte's friend knew the killer and let him in.
November 1918. My dear Jacques, I can't wait to see you again. Tonight? Tomorrow? I can hardly wait. Since we kissed on that bridge while the moon was so bright in the night sky. I want to feel your teeth again on my lips. Oh, the excruciating pain of your sweet bite on my neck, you devil, you. For the longest second ever, I feared you were going to kill me right there on the bridge in the middle of the night. But no, my dear Jacques, you remain the delicate fiancé I know you are, and you are only teasing me. I can't wait to drink your blood, for good this time, and come back to my sweet friend Charlotte as in a mortal, to play with her a little first, of course, like you taught me how to play with mortals, and then I'll turn her into one of us too, and we will rule the knights of London and cleanse the city of its impure souls. Faithfully always, Emily.
Emily wanted to become a vampire. Something must have gone wrong. Someone is responsible for this mess. But who? Blood. I should follow the trail.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question.
I'm the Marquis de Bois-Colombes, and I strongly invite you to find your own game, sir.
I'm not here to sustain myself. I'm currently investigating the death of a young woman killed by a vampire.
A young woman killed by a vampire? Oh, you're joking, right? Oh, I do love the British sense of humor.
And who exactly are you?
I am Jacques-Michel Guillaume Florimond de Marquis de Bois-Colombes, at your service, my dear cousin.
You're French, but your English is quite good.
I was born in France, sir, but I consider myself a traveler of this world. So many countries, so many tantalizing tastes.
Dear cousin, are we related?
We could be of the same blood, my dear. I tend to consider all Econs as family, don't you?
Not really.
What are you doing here?
I recently decided to visit London. I've always dreamed of visiting a city on the verge of collapse. Such a delicate, yet intense spectacle.
You take pleasure from others' misery.
I have been a totally depraved and immoral creature since the day I was reborn, sir. And probably before.
What do you plan to do here?
Take pleasure. Take pictures. Enjoy the show. Have fun. Believe me, I won't be the only foreign immortal who bought a ticket to the fair.
At least he's honest about it.
I followed the trail of blood from her room to here.
Oh, you're referring to that young woman. Yes, the meeting turned messy. I'm afraid I ruined my last redingote.
So you admit you murdered her?
I admit nothing, my good sir. I only regret the blood of that girl staining my clothes. Oh, blood can be so messy.
What happened?
She wanted to become one of us. Not the first time I have received such a proposal, but I must admit her direct approach tempted me.
And then what?
The body rejected my blood. It happens, you know, sometimes even with voluntary prey. At least her gurglings brought me some fun, until the artery burst.
I believe you, sir. Emily's diary confirms your statement.
Oh, Emily was her name. Quite charming. Well, mystery solved then.
Yes, I suppose so. You can go.
And so can you. Farewell, sir. May you enjoy the spectacle of this fallen city as much as I do.
Oh, you are so annoying. Oh, darn it. I was hoping to get some... I thought he was not... I didn't think he was going to explode like that. So I was kind of hoping to get a little blood from him. I guess if Jonathan was really that desperate, he could lick it off the ground. No, didn't think so.
Waiting for you to let your guard down.
Women's right to vote is only the first step.
Good evening, Miss Ashbury.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reid.
I have found out what happened to your friend, Emily.
I can handle the truth. There's no need to hide the bloody details.
Your friend was planning to become a vampire. She thought she'd met an honest one and made a deal with him. Unfortunately, Emily did not survive the process.
My mother told me many times about the risks of being turned. I often suspected she exaggerated the danger to avoid me being tempted.
No, the risk is real. Have you any idea what a body has to endure to become an organism entirely consumed by its need to process and recombine blood?
I should never have talked to Emily about vampires. I never thought she'd actually try it without me. Thank you, sir. Here, take this for your discretion.
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my best regards to your mother when you see her.
She's been quite...
Well, I have yet another steak in my inventory. And while I'm right here, let me check with Calhoun to see if he's visited that restaurant yet.
Good evening.
Ah, there we go.
So, did you try the restaurant I recommended?
Oh, yes. I can't thank you enough, my dear doctor. Exquisite, but expensive. But what is money made for, if not for little pleasures?
Oh, let's see. so.
Don't you think your money could be better spent in these difficult times?
Your words hurt, Doctor. I thought you and I were friends. But since you ask, I'm rich enough to finance my passions. And various charities across the city.
Perhaps my words were too harsh. Please forgive me if I've upset you.
Oh, no harm done. After I die, all my fortune will go to the suffering people of the East End. Until then, I aspire to live the most pleasant life possible.
I may...
Well, oh, hey. Good handle parts. Yes, please. And good trigger parts. Yes, please. And good handle parts. Yes, please. And ergotamine. Yes, please. Okay, now we can get back to the main quest. Because I think it isn't until after completing this particular mission that I think it isn't until after this particular mission that, and there we go again, more custom markers popping up. Oh, and in case you're wondering why the custom markers keep appearing up here in a region you can't get to, it's because of that. I can click up there, and then if I go back to the map, sometimes it's like if I click too close to the edge here, that's when it creates them.
Remember, don't let any strangers
Yeah, this way. Of course, I then have to deal with this guy.
Fear no evil. We do the Lord's work here. Stupid thing!
And that killed me right there.
Lisa.
And of course I have to turn around and go right back through them again. Because of course I do. That is not what I did. Can't get in through the front door, and everything's boarded up, so that usually means go around back and fight something else, and then you can get in. Oh, though in this case... rats. If I actually needed anything else...
This woman's body has multiple lacerations. They're deep, too. Whoever did this was driven by rage.
Well, on the plus side, she doesn't need any of the things that I'm taking. A fainting couch. That's what that thing that she's laying in, that's what that's called, is a fainting couch. I actually knew a guy who had one of those. And I'm like, and just how many women do you expect to faint in your house?
He had his tongue removed and his eyes gouged out. He was a victim of brutal torture.
Of course, I found out the reason he had it was because it was a literal antique. They haven't made those in a long time.
This one's neck is broken. He was young. Probably the son.
Yeah, the short version is his family runs the furniture store, and that came in one day and he decided to keep it. So I'm like, oh, well, in that case you have a point. If it's antique, it's valuable.
You thought I was dead too, didn't you? No, I was just pretending. Doris told me I could have been a great actress.
You killed your family.
They mocked my talent!
Well, we'll start with that. Ew, lady. Please don't vomit in my direction. Kindly vomit in some other direction, please.
I've never seen such a radical mutation.
I've never seen such a radical mutation, which I may have to see again. No, it gave me the XP for it, so she's not coming back. Dear Elsa, it's with the greatest joy that I confirm with this letter your acceptance as a private student into my acting school. The little scene you had the kindness to perform for me last week convinced me that you have what it takes to be a real actress: wit, stature, and courage. As a private student, you'll receive my personal training and coaching. During these intense sessions, you'll be invited to stay at the school, since I strongly believe in total immersion to expose the full potential of my students. So please remember to bring night attire and anything you may need to spend a week at my school. Yours sincerely, Doris Fletcher.
So, this girl took lessons at the famous Doris Fletcher acting school.
Now, let's see. Anything else around here that I haven't looted? Couple of shillings there. Oh, hey. Couple of shillings and some codeine there. And some ferrous tar trade, a cigarette case, and some shillings there. And some opium. Well, fortunately, as boss fights go, that one wasn't particularly hard, really, other than, you know, dodging all the puke. she has it too. One down. And this to go. You. Good thing she's only level 22. That time, however, I remembered to get clear before she went boom. A fork. Presumably sterling silver or something. Something that was actually valuable back then. Let's see. Oh, wait. Yeah, no. That took care of one of them, at least. Yeah, they're going to be common for now. I'm gonna have to... A remarkable pump-action shotgun. Does it carry more than 2 rounds? Yeah, it carries 3. Still. Jeez. 3 shotguns, a revolver, and 1 semi-automatic pistol. 3 stakes, a liston knife and a dagger. 3 blunt weapons, the barbed cudgel, the common mace, and the common bludgeon. 2 of which are two-handed. Good grief. On the other hand, the nice thing is, when it comes to inventory, it has no limit. I mean, you're limited to the number of items you can carry at any one time. Darling, thank you for the precious perfume and the fur coat. I can't wait to feel your hands on my shivering skin, for only you, my hero, can make me feel that desired. Please come back to me soon, for I'm dying to press my timid bosom to your chest again. Yes, my beloved, my precious, come back to me, and I promise you a night of eternal, unbridled passion. Right now I'm wearing nothing but your last gifts. Oh yes, I'm burning for you, and I can't wait for you to share my untamable lust. Your devoted, Doris Fletcher.
So the husband had an affair with Doris Fletcher.
I'm not entirely sure about the interface screw. I think there was supposed to be a fight, but I interrupted it at just the exact right time. Let me see if there's anything else up here before I leave.
Doris Fletcher seems to be the missing link here. It can't just be a coincidence. I should go to her acting school.
No, what you should do is you should go back to your hideout, spend your XP, and quite probably I should reload the saved game again. No, other way. Going the wrong damn way because of the interface screw. Nah, I don't need to go your direction. There we go, much better. Okay, now it becomes a matter of what do I want to spend it on. I can't upgrade the blood cauldron yet. But I do have 5,000 XP to spend. As often as I have to heal, that is probably a good idea. The disadvantage to this version of Blood Barrier is that it only absorbs one hit, eventually two. But when it disappears, it eventually does 250 damage to anyone nearby. So I'm debating whether or not, on the other hand, the recovery is only 15 seconds, whereas here the blood barrier eventually gets down to 20 seconds. I don't quite have enough for level 3 claws. I think I'll save the rest. Now the downside is Xiao Xun now has a cold, so I'll have to go back. Nobody here has anything, but a couple of people down on the docks have picked up, yeah. Fatigue, 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 fatigue. Okay, 6 for the fatigue and 1 for the cold. Also, analyze that thick blood sample. Gives me access to the strong regeneration serum. And that gives me access to the strong blood serum. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Can we upgrade our hatchet? Why, yes, we can. Don't have enough aluminium parts to get either of the upgrades here, but now it's 220 damage instead of 145. And again, I need aluminium parts for that. But now we're up to 38 stun and eventually 41 stun every time it hits. Because I'm not going to get the blood absorption, I don't think. Of course, there's also Charlotte's Stake, which doesn't have any of the upgrades. Might as well upgrade it. Now the one thing here, let's see, reduce stamina consumption by decrease stamina consumption by up to 40%. Only reason for upgrading any of these other green weapons is because it still only requires common parts. Can't upgrade that machete any further. Okay, yeah, I could upgrade a couple of the green weapons, especially those two or that one, but... Okay, that fixed the interface screw as well. Good. So I don't have to reload my saved game. And I can go back to Lady Ashbury now. Because she has new dialogue available.
They're all around you, waiting for you to let your guard down.
Oh, loot. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but I have an educated guess that I happened to find the note at just the right time. Because you notice it normally doesn't let you loot in the middle of combat. You have to wait until he puts his weapons away before you can loot anything or open any doors or anything like that. I think I happened to grab it just in the split second before a combat would have broken out. Now on the downside, it means that I might have missed out on some experience points. I'm not sure. Personal diary, huh? May 1913. Tonight I went with Mother visiting the sick of the East End. It had been a long time since I went in this sad part of town. To see her talking and listening to those poor people moved me beyond words. She really tries to make a difference and really tries to help these men and women. She also killed one of them tonight. It happened so quickly I didn't even notice she had vanished, but when she reappeared, she looked so much more alive, more vivid. I immediately knew what had just happened. She took a life and I saw nothing. We returned home without a word. If I ever become like her, I won't feed on the dying. I will kill the guilty and the brutes wherever they hide. 13th September. This afternoon, 2 men tried to corner me in a back alley while I was campaigning for the women's right to vote. I called for help as loud as I could, like Mother told me. I don't know what would have happened if a soldier had not ordered them to leave me alone. He then walked me back home and tried to kiss me. I refused. He did not say a word and left. The whole story made me so sad I was still crying when Mother woke up after the night had come. I told her the whole truth and she held me against her chest. Then we went to the theater to see Doris Fletcher in her new play. I think I'm a little bit frustrated that Mother did not rush out to make them all pay. If I were a vampire, I would not be that merciful. 15th September. We had a terrible argument with Mother last night as she refused once again to turn me into an immortal. When I reminded her of what had happened to me in that street with those 2 men, and how things would have been different if I had been like her, or if they had carried weapons, she simply smiled and told me that to be part of this world meant to be ready to face it. I am not sure I understand what she means, but it drives me crazy. I left home in the middle of the night to see Emily at her house, and I spent the whole day there. Maybe it's time for me to leave Mother's house and live my life just like Emily. I love Mother so much, but it frustrates me so when she refuses to talk about my conversion. 17th February. Tonight, I'm as sad as I am excited, for I'm about to leave this house for good. Mother has agreed to let me have my own flat in the West End, as long as it is not too far from her house. I had to promise her I would be very careful. I told her how much I love her, and she told me that she was proud of me. I understand now that she only wants me to be as strong and independent as she is. I must admit I am very thankful for all she taught me through these years. She made me the woman I am today. Now it's time for me to choose where to go from here. Whatever I'm going to do with my life, it's up to me. All I know is this: if I ever chose to become an immortal, I will not involve my mother in my choice, for this is my life and I'm responsible for my actions. And that gives me another clue for her. And then I have to talk to her to unlock the last one. But for now, let's go on ahead and find Lady Ashbury. Probably upstairs next to her, doing her painting or something. Uh-huh.
Good evening, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm still investigating from inside the Ascalon Club. Can we talk?
Of course, my dear.
I have investigated new sources of infection, and I may have found a new type of skull. One suffering from heavy mutations that is extremely contagious.
Scowls come in various forms, you know. They are simply degenerate versions of their makers.
I believe these families are different, and I'm currently pursuing a lead. I know I can find the true source of contagion by finding who created these creatures.
That would be great news. Be very careful, my dear, when dealing with such creatures.
How is your investigation going?
I have decided to explore beyond the dictates of reason.
What do you mean?
You may on occasion find this house closed when you visit me. If so, it is because I have gone undercover. Sort of.
Who are you going to surveil? I hope you're not considering spying on McCullum or the Guard of Prewan.
No. I intend to ask a few questions in parts of town I rarely venture into. Dirty places where a delicate lady like myself should never be seen.
Delicate. Ha.
When will you return?
As soon as possible. And I don't intend to stay away for long.
There are many paintings adorning the walls here.
Yes?
Did you paint them?
No, my dear. But some of them. I have had a long time to learn from the best. I'm currently working on what could be my greatest masterpiece.
Have you met any famous painters?
Are you trying to divine my age by cross-checking historical dates, my dear? That's a devious parlor trick.
Well, Elizabeth, I tried my best. Don't I deserve some reward at least?
Well, if you must know, I even posed for the greats. Now that you know it, you may recognize me when visiting museums.
What is this masterpiece?
Your portrait, my dear Jonathan. It will be my gift to you, if I ever have time to finish it.
Goodbye, my dearest.
Goodbye, my beloved.
I would say something about my ship has come in, but to be honest, my ship sailed a long time ago. Let's see. Shaoxun in Whitechapel. But it's a matter of which side do I want to fight my way to first.
This one's mine!
Is it now? Might as well go treat the ill again. Yes, let's you and him fight.
Stupid beast! Turn around, sir.
How about no?
Stay back, beast! Lord, give us strength!
Thank you for being closer to me. Makes it much easier to target you.
Oh my god!
Another glitch. I think he's had one too many Red Bulls. He's had so much caffeine, he's vibrating. Oh, very nice. And it is the ultimate version of the hatchet.
Foolish girl and her pretty principles. Got no idea who she's dealing with.
Good evening, Miss Cox.
Hello again, Dr. Reid. What do you want?
Can I offer you my medical help, Miss Cox?
Giving out for free? You'd make a poor businessman, Dr. Reid.
Perhaps I would. Please, take this. You'll feel better.
Thank you. But don't expect me to owe you anything.
Can I see what you...
As long as you...
Nice. But let's see what I can sell off. A lot of things, really. For example, do I really need 125 grease? Or 68 glass vials? Of course, that's just to give me some extra money to buy these good handle parts. A used truncheon. Nah, I'll pass. Oh, let's see what other junk I can sell you. Quite a lot, actually. But, I think I want to find out what components these can be recycled into. Wait, any of these guys? Let's see, no. But Martin, yes.
Good evening, Mr. Woodbeat.
Good evening to you.
Do you need my medical attention, sir?
Unfortunately, yes. The spirit...
Nobody is immune to disease.
Well, thank you.
Goodbye, sir.
Okay, that's Archer taken care of. Now, Stella and Martin. Well, Stella would be down here in this section of town. Not Rufus again, right? No, just Stella.
Good evening, Mrs. Fishburne. May I come in, please?
Of course. Best grow eyes in the back of that head, sir. Gentlemen are easy targets in these parts.
Aw, no regenerating loot. And that stays locked unless I embrace her.
What can I do for...
Mrs. Fishburne, are you in need of any medical assistance?
I am afraid I am, Doc...
Then let me give you a prescription.
I thank you for your generosity, sir. It's something this part of town truly needs.
Goodbye, Miss...
Okay, all of them will probably be... Well, I know 2 of them will be. Whoosh.
This is despicable.
Get that weapon ready! Find one!
Glad to see you again, Mr. Reid.
Do you need my
I can keep...
Of course you can, Miss Paxton. But I wouldn't recommend it. Please.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Miss...
Oh wait, it's Martin that needs it.
Good evening, young man.
There's no need to...
Young man.
I don't like...
There's no shame in asking for help, especially when you are in desperate need of it.
Thank you.
Show me what...
Nothing I need, and mostly stuff I've sold to him. But that's everyone except for Throgmorton. Also reminds me. Yeah, I've got all theirs. It has been established for some time now that Skal is the vernacular name of a different species of lesser blood drinkers. A Skal often seems to be the victim of a vampire attack who miraculously survived death and came back as a crooked version of its maker. According to many observations made by our order throughout the centuries, skulls are generally despised and killed by vampires who consider them lesser and despicable creatures. The name itself means slave. They have also been called saklaba, sklavus, or sklavanoi. This shows how old these creatures are and how their makers perceive them. This may be why skulls often tend to form small and discrete communities that stick together. It is also interesting to note that skulls seem to call themselves this way, as if they have accepted for a long time their status as inferior servants among vampires. It is more difficult for a skull to hide its monstrous nature. Pale skin, terrible teeth, strange emaciation, dilated and staring pupils. Many have lost all hair, and they show wounds and scars which stay open without ever completely healing. They also seem capable of surviving by eating the flesh of the dead, while vampires need blood from the living. They may be the real origin of the mythical figure of the ghoul, the folklore creature who lurks in cemeteries and feeds from the dead. A skull is a miserable creature. Most of the times they fear to be seen by both humans and vampires. In some regions, older skull have been witnessed nearby vampires as servant or slaves, obtaining protection by sacrificing their freedom. Most of the skulls are descended from echons and show humanoid silhouettes. Much more in common, some present a more canine aspect and behave like wolves. They are sometimes called vulpas in ancient texts. At least a third type exists in the shape of a bird or bat, and they are called corvus. William Marshall himself referred 3 times to some bat-shaped creatures he called vampire in his memoirs. Other types may exist, unknown or unidentified for now. From Drinking at the Fountain of Knowledge by Usher Talltree, the Primate of St. Paul. And that's yet another one of the collectibles. I'm really picking up the lore documentation here. And I still have 12 more to go, or 12 or 13 more. Now let's see. Throckmorton.
Welcome back to my humble shelter, Dr. Reid.
No, Sean.
I feel all right. Why'd you ask?
Are you still feeding on corpses?
No. It's almost as though the blood you forced me to drink has provided me eternal satisfaction.
Farewell, Sean. Take good care of your flock, and of yourself.
Well, either he will be... I have a feeling I'll find him back at the docks. Hold on a second. What? Let's see. Yeah, I thought so. I just had to double check. He should be somewhere near.
Your kind's not welcome here.
I hope Shazam pulls through.
I know he's located somewhere around here. I want to go ahead and cure him up before I go find that theater. Well, there's Rodney and Martin. Ah, there he is. Hello, Ichabod. I said hello, Ichabod. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Throgmorton.
Dr. Reid, can I be of...
Do you need my medical attention, sir?
Actually, I may. In my line of work, I have to stop at any sign of infection.
Treating a vampire hunter's wounds is certainly a first for me. I'm happy to help you, of course.
Thank you, Dr. Reid. Your support means a lot.
Goodbye.
I can't protect the whole city.
Well, there you go. Now I just have to head up and take care of Shin Shu. And then hunt down that theater, which fortunately is marked on the map. I know where it is.
Shit, that leech is fast! This one's mine! Watch yourselves! This one! Snuff it, leech! Die!
Yeah, I'm not even stopping to fight them because really you only get 5 or 10 experience points each. It's just not worth it. Most of your XP comes from healing people, finding their hints, embracing them if you decide to go that route, and solving quests. Oh, come on, again?
Look at it! Face this bugger!
Have fun.
Get back in the grave!
The only time you actually have to fight anyone is when, well, when you're traveling between districts, I mean, is pretty much restricted to whenever you have to go through a closed gate or door. then those won't then those will not open until... Oh, let's see. Where is this woman?
Even the flu is no match for the Swanborough cordial.
There she is.
Good evening, Zhao Shun.
晚上好, Dr. Reid. It's good to see you again.
How do you feel? Physically speaking, I mean.
I don't feel good, Dr. Reid. Not at all.
You should recover quickly after taking this.
Thank you, Doctor.
Goodbye for now.
There we go. That's 25 more XP, and we can go locate Doris Fletcher's theater. Now, there is a serious boss fight coming up there. Doris is, if I remember correctly, pretty formidable. So, let's take advantage of this conveniently located gate back to the west end now that we've cured everybody again. Oh wait, it's not here in West Chapel. I still really wish this game had implemented fast travel, or at least given you unlimited stamina when outside of combat.
Even the flu is no match for the Swanborough cordial.
Arg. Oh, fine.
It's locked, all right.
Oh, crap. So basically I just fought him for nothing and I have to go around. Joy, joy, hallelujah.
Vampire!
The power of the Lord has no power against me if I'm not close enough. Well, at least that's another... The Ichor's threat. Of all the evil and foul skulls I ever had to fight, the Ichor may be the worst. Not because of its fighting prowess, even if it remains a powerful and dangerous opponent, not because of its superior wit or cunning plans. An Ichor is quite blunt and straightforward in his actions and objectives, spread diseases, contagions, and epidemics whenever and wherever it can. An Ichor is the incarnation of viruses and infections. Wherever it goes, sicknesses appear and quickly spread. It is like it only walks this earth to generate plagues and epidemics, as if its skin itself diffuses sickness. Ichors are clever, sneaky, malevolent, and ferocious, capable of enduring many wounds. To spoil a water tank, a granary, or a banquet, this is the kind of things an Ichor would enjoy to do, in order to please its putrid and perverse nature. They are so rare we do not know anything about them. The Lazy Brotherhood believes that they should not be considered vampires or skulls, but as something else. All I know is this: an Ichor must be destroyed by all means necessary as soon as it is spotted. From Know Your Enemies by Carl Eldritch, Pre-Win Leader. And that is yet another one of those... Yeah, well, this stupid beast is running right past you.
Get them weapons ready! Bad one!
And there it is. We've seen it before. The Finsbury Theater. Yeah, of course the cloaking ability uses blood, so I tend to avoid using it.
It's locked.
Find an access to the theater. Well... I'm going to guess it's on the other side of these two vampire hunters. No, that's just a window.
Get your weapons ready!
Kindly blow up. Thanks.
We have to stop it!
There. That access route is unlocked now. Fortunately, they're talking about someone else and not me.
There's an open window on the second floor. I should be able to get in through that. It's locked, all right.
Okay, well, here we go then. Suicide note. I can't stand the pain anymore. It's like my entire body is breaking apart since that woman infected me. For days now, she keeps hiding in her room, giving orders through little written notes, and only rehearsing at night. I witnessed one of her so-called rehearsals. She walks on stage, angry and hateful, spitting and whining about her fading beauty. She's infected, rotten to the core, and she plans to infect everyone in this place and then everyone in London. Her next play is not before December, and at this time, all the theater's employees will be her obedient minions, forced to serve her evil machinations. I'm sure she's found a way to corrupt our food or the water, since we all started to get ill and change after the meal she arranged for us last Monday. I want whoever finds this note to know I only killed myself to escape the living hell this place has become. May God have mercy on me and my immortal soul, since I refuse to be an accomplice to this devilry. Let's see, can't go through there.
Woe to you, nations of hypocrites. For in front of you stands the tall queen. You
Can that be Doris Fletcher's voice? Where does it come from?
Mostly at this point I'm looking for notes or anything else. Like that. Old Doris Fletcher's diary, London, 17th August 1918. I saw her in the flesh, the witch from my childhood nightmares, the woman that tortured me for years. I saw her and I shivered. Her voice, her face. I knew she was in that hospital. I knew she was sick and I wanted to witness her suffering. I may have reinvented myself, become a famous actress, erased those wicked years from my memory. I can't forget I'm her daughter. When I saw her frail body in that small bed, suffering, sick, defeated, I had to hide my tears, for she was looking at me. She recognized me. She saw the hate in my eyes, and she smiled. My pale corpse of a mother, and the worst thing was I felt no satisfaction seeing her in so much pain. The worst was not to suddenly remember the beatings and the abuses. No, the worst was to recognize the hate I felt in my heart when she looked at me, for it was the same hate I saw in hers. For in the end I can't escape being her daughter. We are the same, my mother and I.
Who are you? You who dared enter my realm. Are you here to worship or mock me?
I'm here to put an end to the vampire epidemic, Miss Fletcher.
Ah. But Doris Fletcher is no more. She was consumed by this putrid flesh that now enshrouds her.
You feel anger for what happened to you. But I can help you. I'm a doctor, Miss Fletcher.
Doris Fletcher is no more. All that remains are the dreams of the queen she was, and the queen she'll be. Until then, all shall die, for that was her final wish. Your blood, come to me, my servants, avenge me! I smell your fear.
You smell nothing of the sort.
On guard.
Oh, great. One of those. Oh, get the hell off me.
My blade shakes.
Great. Where's this going to put me again?
Woe unto thee, son of Babylon! Touché! Your hand is shaking. I smell your fear.
No, you just think you smell my fear. Because all I have to do is dodge you until that power recharges again.
And save your queen. You hit your hand.
Screw you, woman.
Touché, sir.
Yeah, I do. Let's see.
Thee, my children of the night. Fight, maim, spit, kill.
If I can ever remember the command to switch.
Your blood on guard. Your hand is shaking.
Sleep well, die.
Touché, sir. Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she once renowned. Will she be the queen again once they all share her fate? My blade shall pierce your belly, dark prince.
Not to mention, she now has the super stretch arm.
My children, my you.
you like to let me not get hit long enough to reload my one shotgun shell?
Come to me! My servants, avenge me!
Which has absolutely no ammo in it. Well, the problem is I have a negative number of bullets, so I can't exactly reload it with negative 79 bullets.
Save your queen, my slaves. Touché, sir.
Well, that is a side effect of using the no reload cheat in the trainer. Oh, did I mention she just summoned 2 more of those? Great, thanks.
Your blood will be... I smell your fear.
But hey, I get to keep her saber.
Wait. I beg you, wait.
What?
I don't want to die.
And I did not come to kill you, Miss Fletcher.
Will you spare me then? Save this cadaverous carcass of mine. Does your heart beat a little faster now? You fancy me then, Doctor?
No, Miss Fletcher. My dead heart will beat for only one.
Ah! Is she pretty? Is she sweet and tender?
To me, yes.
Ah! I hate her already.
I know. And this is partly why you must be destroyed.
But you just said...
That I did not come here to kill you, yes. But I realize now the threat you embody must be stopped.
Will I be remembered? Will you?
You were Doris Fletcher, the greatest actress of her generation. No one can take that from you.
Thank you. And farewell. Ah! Ah! Ah!
Farewell, Doris.
So dramatic. I love it.
McCullum!
How strange I seem to find you whenever I'm inquiring about that Skal infestation.
I mean you no harm.
I'm not here for you. But once I've put all the pieces of the puzzle together, I'm sure we'll have a little chat, you and me.
Stay away from me, McCullum. You and all your war dogs.
That I can't guarantee, Dr. Reid. But I'll let you go. For now.
I should probably leave the theater right now.
Yes, you probably should.
The West End should be safe now. But London is not. It would be wise to benefit from the Ascalon's protection while I continue my research during the Great Hunt.
Okay. We're past the 4-hour mark now, so I'm gonna find the nearest,
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
Well, you left the theater. But yeah, I'm gonna seek out the nearest...
So Doris just needed to be close to her audience to infect them. Contagion through skin. Very disturbing.
Its effectiveness has been proven by
Let's see.
many. Even the flu is no match for the
Anyway, find the nearest haven and save it there. No, not that way.
As long as you have the money.
There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and spend some XP. That just does so much more damage. Can't unlock that until level 26. And of course, the Dox is now barely healthy. Booth has a cold. Sabrina has a cold. Tom has a cold. Rodney has a cold. Pembroke stays healthy. Albert has fatigue. Cadigan has a cold. Thankfully, no one here's gained anything. But we'll deal with all of that in the next session. So, I'm going to leave it here. A quick reminder to anyone new who might be watching and wants to see more, don't forget to support the channel by leaving a like and subscribing. And we'll see you all next time. Have a great rest of your evening.